best of 17 frames, it's time now to welcome the players. We begin with a player who wasn't even on tour 12 months ago. He knocked out the reigning world champion en route to this, his first ever ranking event final. Welcome the Minister of Defence, Martin O'Donnell! With a maximum 147 break in last night's semi-final, looking to add the Welsh Open title to his 2 Scottish Open wins, the Tyneside Terror, Gary Wilson!
Settle in, folks. Enjoy the final with us. And good afternoon to our commentary team, Joe Johnson. And first up, it's Philip Studd.
The climax of a compelling 7 days of snooker action here in Llandudno, and also of the 8th Home Nations season, with more snooker history about to be written. Can Martin O'Donnell defy the odds and lift his first ranking title in his first final? Or can Gary Wilson become just the 3rd player this season, after a certain Ronnie O'Sullivan and Judd Trump, to be a multiple ranking titleist in this campaign? He'd be in very esteemed company if he can make it happen. That's the Ray Reardon Trophy they're playing for, along with a cheque for £80,000. It's the best of 17 frames now, 8 of which are coming your way this afternoon. 9, the magic number to be champion at the Welsh Open.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The first frame. Gary Wilson to break.
Gary Wilson to get us underway, fresh from the high of that magnificent performance last night against the great John Higgins, who came to the party in the second half of the match in a big way. A couple of those trademark clearances to put the pressure on Wilson, but he stood up to it. And the red that he knocked in, Joe, on his way to clinching the match was gutsy in the extreme.
Yeah, he played absolutely brilliant, didn't he, Gary Wilson? Nearly had 2 maximums, never mind 1. But this man didn't play too badly either. I just hope they can bring that same kind of form to this final.
Well, he too finished on a high against Elliot Slessor, making a century in the deciding frame to book a place in your first ranking final. It doesn't get much cooler than that. And he actually said afterwards it was the best he'd felt in the whole match. Didn't feel any nerves in making that break.
That's a great sign, you know, isn't it? Not to feel nerves in the final frame. It's what you dream about. Good safety from Gary Wilson. Had to cover that red near the right corner, otherwise Martin would have had a chance at it.
This is their 5th meeting. They've each won 2. But they haven't played since 2015. This, of course, is by far and away the most significant encounter between the two. Gary Wilson looking to win his 2nd Home Nations event of the season, of course, having retained his Scottish Open title. And his 3rd title in all. For Martin O'Donnell, brand new territory. But being the underdog in this tournament, in the last 3 years anyway, has not been any hindrance at all. Remember, Jordan Brown was the world number 81 at the outset when he won it against Ronnie O'Sullivan as a 750-to-1 outsider at the start of the tournament. Joe Perry and last year Rob Milkins, both unfancied initially.
Well, chance at this red to the baulk corner. Not going to leave anything, but the red is playing, which he has done. Got so close to it, it didn't come away from the pocket. So you could say the first real chance, Martin O'Donnell. Needs to come out of the baulk area. I don't think he's hit it hard enough. No, it's a tricky yellow, that. Potted the red a little bit thick, and that's why the cue ball didn't come out of the baulk area. Look Look at this again. Caught it off the far angle.
Martin O'Donnell 1.
Just over a year ago, Martin O'Donnell was winning the 6th event on the Snooker Q Tour to reclaim his pro status, having dropped off the previous season. He talked about some dark moments to Michael Holt ahead of this final, but he always felt as though he had, in his words, unfinished business with this game, and he's hoping to finish that business today. And as the guys in the studio were saying, the rewards for lifting this trophy are manifold for O'Donnell. He'll be in the Players' Championship next week.
Switch it off, please.
Mobile phone. Let's hope that's the first and last of the final. I won't hold my breath on that score, but...
Well, Gary Wilson's long potting this week has been superb. Really has. And he's got a chance here. This red to the left corner.
That would be my worst nightmare.
Gary suggesting it might be referee Leo Scullions. I don't think so. I think Leo's more old school.
Oh, a long way off that one.
Yeah, if O'Donnell won today, he'd be up to 12th place in the one-year list above Mark Allen. And in the process, he'd knocked Chris Wakelin out of that Players' Championship in Telford, the top 16. Of course, he has no points from last season because he wasn't on the tour, but he'd be up to 43rd in the provisional two-year rankings if he won today, which would set him up perfectly.
Oh, very attacking shot, this. Yeah, he was opening all the reds up, didn't hold back. And he has left a red on. So both players showing a little bit of nerves, it's understandable. This red to the right middle. Well, just a little bit thinner than he would have liked, but I'd expect him to pot this. It's where the cue ball goes.
1.
And if the blue goes to the corner, he's okay. So, really good chance this to put a stamp on this final. Show how well he's playing. Used all the pocket, and it dropped in.
6. 7.
The start last night for Gary Wilson against John Higgins, who went into that match as favourite given how well he'd played, was extraordinary. I mean, to get so close to the maximum in the first frame of the semi-final was actually surprising when he missed that 14th red. And then in the very next frame to make the maximum, and as Jimmy White said, his cue ball control throughout that 147 break was pinpoint, was extraordinary.
Yeah, he's got great cue ball control. Makes every shot easy if he can. Getting right behind the object ball.
Just as impressive, though, in the end was the way he held off that tremendous fight back from John Higgins, who put together those back-to-back clearances from 50, 40 odd behind. And the red he got in for what proved to be the match-winning break was pure class under pressure.
Yeah, although you have to say that Higgins had the first chance in the first 2 frames. Missed the ball and gave Gary Wilson a chance. A little bit like O'Donnell in this frame. He had a good chance there. It wasn't a difficult shot.
29.
But now it's given Gary Wilson a chance to settle. Nice little cannon on the red. And this is the kind of start that he wanted.
36.
In amongst the reds.
Well, the clear advantage that Wilson has today is that he comes into this final knowing that he's got what it takes to win one. Martin O'Donnell has yet to prove that. In the 2 Scottish Open finals he's won, he won pretty emphatically 9-2 in his first year against Joe O'Connor, 9-5 against Noppon Sankam this season.
44.
He's not afraid of the winning line, Wilson. And that extra belief he now has, having become a multiple tournament winner, is plain to see.
45.
He's always had the talent, but now he's got the belief to go with it.
Exactly. You know, we've seen players down the years who've took a long time to break through. Stuart Bingham was a late starter, as was Barry Hawkins. But both proved that they certainly
50.
deserved to be in the top 16. Stuart Bingham went on to win the World Championship.
51.
So still reds he can play for. Nothing for being short here. Better too hard than too slow. Would have had the red next to the pink had he been too hard.
56.
But he's perfectly on this red below the pink.
$57.
He's already made 25 centuries this season, with that maximum as well yesterday. Every chance of making another century here.
I think he's one of the most aesthetically pleasing players to watch, actually, when he's in. He's got a lovely cue action, he's very smooth, he's rhythmic.
65.
Well, there goes frame ball.
O'Donnell missed the red to the right corner, and it's proved very expensive, as it looked likely to be when he spread the reds.
Nice little shot there, bringing that red into play. Giving himself every chance of making the century.
73.
It's a great start, this, and a real good way to punish your opponent, winning the frame off his mistake. This is the mistake.
59.
Martin O'Donnell. As I say, it wasn't too difficult, the red, and full marks for playing it the way that he did,
80.
showing that he's feeling positive. But you've got to put all your concentration into the pot when you're opening the reds up like that. The white takes care of itself. It goes where it wants to go.
84.
Just picking up where he left off against Higgins last night. He looks very cool, very composed. Yes, it was an inviting table, but you still got to pot them. First frame of a major final, bound to be butterflies in the stomach, but
91.
Wilson already back in his bubble.
Yeah, it could be a good thing, this, for Martin O'Donnell. He knows that he's got to play. He's seen what the standard is. So I don't think he's got time for nerves. Just a little bit too far on the yellow for comfort. Needs the green for the century.
98.
Needs a big bounce.
Shame. Not quite the century, but a statement of intent nonetheless from the reigning Scottish Open champion Gary Wilson. A very fluent break of 98 to take the first frame of the Welsh Open final. But of course it's extra special when we come down to the one table for the semi-finals and the title match today. All eyes on these two players who thoroughly merited their place in the final. And a great start from Gary Wilson. A break of 98 to take the first frame. 7 more in this session. 9 the target for the Ray Ridden Trophy. Wilson, of course, with his success in Scotland, sitting pretty as regards the one-year ranking points. He'll be in the Players' Championship next week in Telford. He's moved up to 8th on that list, so sitting pretty as well for the Tour Championship for the top 12 this year. That comes in the beginning of April in Manchester. So the fringe benefits of winning a big title are almost endless, really. As mentioned in the studio, Champion of Champions as well. Big money, invitational. Security in your ranking spot. Not to mention the money, which of course would have been hard to come by for Martin when he dropped off the tour, but guaranteed £35,000 for getting this far.
Yeah, he was going to play that long red to the left corner, screw for the blue, but decided against it. Doesn't want to leave Martin O'Donnell with an easy chance and allow him to settle. Playing the cue ball over to the left side of the table makes the return safety just that little bit more difficult. Yeah, as Philip said, they've played 4 times. Honours even, 2 each. But they haven't played for 9 years nearly. Settle for that. Yeah, the problem he's got here, if he plays the cue ball down the right side of the table, it's easy enough to get the cue ball back down the table. So he's trying to get in behind the brown, cut off the right side of the table, and that's a pretty good shot. Again, just caught it a little bit too thin, and that's why the cue ball has come out of the baulk area. Hasn't had many shots so far, Martin, so needs to settle a little bit more. And you never really settle until you win a frame. Caught the angles of the pocket. Could have been worse. The black's tied up, so the red that's available to the left corner, which is that one. He may, if he takes it on, may try and bring the black into play. Another big shot. Martin O'Donnell had one in the last frame. Yep, he tried to bring the black into play. Now, what damage has he done, if anything? Yeah, possible plant to the right middle, as you can see there, but the cue ball's going into the other end, so there's no colour. So it's a big risk to take that on with no colour available. You could try and get the cue ball down on the ball cushion behind the yellow. He hasn't hit it hard enough, so can Martin see this red to the right corner? He can, but it's not straightforward, this, and not straightforward to finish on the black either. He's going to play this at pace to bounce the cushion, bounce the cue ball off the cushion. Yeah, it's a nervy start so far for Martin O'Donnell. He's had 3 chances. None of them was easy. He expected him to pot one of them. So, chance. It's red to the right corner. I think he got a slight kick now, you know. And the red turned up, but we know this. We've seen it all week. In fact, Elliot's lesser missed a blue, and instead of dropping into the pocket, it went slightly to the right, as did that red. So that's a let-off for O'Donnell.
One.
Oh, that's a terrible shot. Look at the red. Look at it just turning to the right slightly. Yep, it did. It went left. His left. Our right. But not to finish on the black there for Martin.
Rainbow. Rainbow.
He wouldn't be the first
Martin O'Donnell, 1.
debutant in a ranking final to feel the pressure, feel the nerves. It's a completely different experience to anything he would have encountered before. The chance to play for a big title, to realise his lifetime ambition. And that is going to be one of the big questions today. How is he going to deal with the occasion? We know that Gary Wilson can. He's proved it on a couple of occasions now. Can Martin O'Donnell thrive in this environment? Play the snooker that's got him to the final. If he does, then of course he can win. But that's one of the challenges for him, to be able to relax and play his normal game with so much at stake.
Foul and a miss. Gary Wilson, 4. Yeah. Yeah, Gary, thanks.
Yeah, nicely played. Just had to find the line the first time round. There was no point in coming past the red and leaving it on.
How did you feel in your first ranking final appearance, Joe, when you were out there?
Well, I was playing Tony Knowles, actually, in the professional players tournament, and I'd had a pretty good run in the tournament, beating Jimmy and Tony Mayo, Cliff Thorburn. So I was feeling good. But Tony was such a magnificent player, very inspirational, a bit like Gary Wilson. He went 7-1 up when I was all over the place. Took me a long time to get used to it, but I levelled at 8 each. And Tony won the decider. Still in my memory.
Well, I'm sure this packed crowd here at Venue Cymru would settle for a decider today, for sure.
Yeah. Well, can't really get a good safety here. Maybe just push the red forward a little. Just past the middle pocket, maybe. The red's coming back down. And he didn't want that, did he? I don't understand why he played it so hard. It was always coming back down the table, that red, if he didn't rattle it in the jaws. As I say, he could have just pushed the red past the middle pocket. Easy to think of the game. Sat here, isn't it? So he's going to have to play this at pace. I don't think he can hold for the blue, so may have to come down and bounce off the black cushion, go back down again. Very risky to try and hold for the blue.
Extremely awkward, goodness me.
And he did hold for the blue, and that was an excellent shot.
1.
Can you see the red to the left middle? It was an attacking shot he played, going into the reds there and trying to free the pink, bring the pink into play. But can he see this red? Keep moving. It looks like he can.
Seven.
Oh, he's missed the blue. Now, what's the damage? If there's a red that will go there, it's a nice, easy starter for Martin O'Donnell and a chance to relax into this final.
One.
Yeah, just a little shorter pace. Wanted to be straighter on the pink. The black is available to the left corner.
7.
Just come a little too far for the red below the pink to play onto the black, so having to take this red with the rest. I may have to play this red with a touch of right hand side on the cue ball. Go back down for the pink into the right corner, or the blue. If he stuns behind the red, it could go wrong. Very good rest player. I hope I haven't put him off by saying that. Well,
8.
it's not too bad. I think he's on the black. Try to find the path through the reds and the black. Go down for the blue. Another big shot though, if he takes the black on. And it's not too bad. It's got a thin cut to the left corner. And the blue sat down the table
50.
waiting. So So he doesn't need to think too much about where the cue ball's going, just concentrate on the pot. Overcut it.
Martin O'Donnell, 15.
You can almost feel the tension in O'Donnell's body in these early stages of his first final. He hasn't settled as yet. He's had a few half chances. That was the best to date, but too thin on the red.
Yeah, better too thin than too thick. Possible chance. Maybe a chance here of getting in behind the brown, but he's just got to be careful not to push the red over the left corner. Yeah, not bad, not bad. In fact, pretty good.
Quite a discrepancy in the average shot times, and Martin, as we know, is one of the more pedestrian on the tour again. Wilson gesticulating, feeling that the ball ran off a little.
Well, we saw it coming down the table. It did run to the right. Look at this again. Watch this. But when you play a ball so slowly, look at it going to the right. Fortunately, there's no easy red on.
No, and it's not a great table at the moment, is it, with both the pink and the black in awkward spots?
I think this is the kind of game that Martin O'Donnell needs. You know, just have a few shots, settle, but he needs to win it. I want to go 2-0 down in one of these kind of battling games. Yeah, good speed. Black is available to this right corner, as you can see. Could have took the red down the cushion. Play onto the black, but it was risky. Cue ball's close to the pocket if it's hard enough. Excellent safety. Oh, what a clever shot he played there, I can tell you. He tried to get in off the blue and play the cue ball in behind the green. Very, very good shot. Look at this. How near was that? And how near was a snooker? Nice fancy shoes, those.
I can see the green envy in your expression, Joe.
Yes, I do like a good shoe.
You're right, though, this is probably the sort of frame that O'Donnell wouldn't mind at this stage of his first final, just to get a feel for things, really. He's made 1 or 2 errors. Of course, missing the red in the first frame proved very expensive. The old rhythm and blues, part of the Johnson autumn-winter collection.
Mine was slightly different, Philip.
Well, yours make those look pretty sombre, actually.
Pink, white and red. Got so close to knocking that red over the pocket, didn't he? What a picture. The red coming back down the table, but not far enough to go over the pocket. It's good safety from both players, this. Yeah, he's risked it again, and because the table pulls to the right slightly, he hit that red thicker than he wanted. He was trying to leave the cue ball on the black cushion. Now, what can he do with the cue ball here? Can get the red. What the cue ball? Well, that kiss has just made things very difficult for Gary Wilson. This could be an all or nothing shot on the blue. Got to go in. Yeah, excellent shot. And now, every chance. Still a tough table, but the pink is available, the black is available.
Seven. Twelve.
No question that in the early running, Gary Wilson looks the more comfortable, the more composed, which is entirely to be expected, really. This is his 5th ranking final, remember, he's won 2. He's won very recently as well, so he's in the winning habit. He's not afraid of the big occasion. And this looks like a pretty respectable chance to double his lead. Apply the early pressure.
20.
And he'll know exactly how his opponent is feeling in his first final.
Yeah, he's played in 4 finals, hasn't he, Gary Wilson? 1-2, lost 2.
26.
And was heavily beaten by Mark Selby on his final debut.
27.
Won just 2 frames in a best of 19, so it is difficult to bring your A game to such a big match when you're not used to it. There's a long way to go, of course, and that is
43.
the beauty of a final like this, that you've got time to find your feet, but it's a good start from Wilson.
34.
Yeah, just looking at the scoreboard, 29 points the lead. $35 with the pink. Still needs a couple of reds with colours. But he's nicely on this red to the middle, and he'd only need another red and a colour.
40.
Again, that was very wise playing for this red first while he had the chance to.
41. $46. 47.
Just the colour needed then. You could attack the black and red, but just got to make sure of the blue. Doesn't have to hit this hard, just get the cannon to the black, he'd be on the red to the left corner. So 1 snooker to tie.
I think something may have... So we're back underway in the Welsh Open final with Gary Wilson looking favourite to lead 2-0, with his opponent requiring a snooker already to tie. Wilson having taken the first frame, the break of 98. But it is just the one snooker, so certainly not over yet. This has been quite a long frame, even before the break in play, because a member of the audience was taken ill. Happily, they've got the attention that they need. It's 30 minutes in length, this one, including the delay in play into the 42nd minute. But for Martin O'Donnell, it's just about trying to settle into his first ranking final. Remember, this is unknown territory for him. Gary Wilson with 2 titles already, both in the home nations, of course. He's the reigning and double Scottish Open champion. But for O'Donnell, the biggest day of his snooker life.
Yeah, and he's not out of this frame yet, because if you can pot this red, get high on the black, or just get on the black. The red is behind the black spot, so in a good place for laying a snooker. So it just depends if you can hold this. He needs the black to be able to tie with 1 snooker. But this is difficult with the long stuff like this. Such a touch shot as well, this. Just got to drop it in. Oh, decided to go up and down. And not the best position. As I say, if he takes the pink, he needs 2 snookers.
1.
So it's got to be the black. So definitely 2 snookers now, taking the pink.
7.
And that's 1 snooker. And Because it's so far away from the cushion, a little bit harder to hit. I wouldn't expect him to miss this, but just got to be aware of the free ball and not play it too hard.
Foul. Martin O'Donnell 4.
No free ball. So one more snooker needed. He himself needed 3 snookers when he was defending his Scottish title in the final. Make that semi-final.
Yeah, that was remarkable against Zhou Yulong.
Red's coming back down the table. Doesn't want to hit that middle pocket bump. Brown in a good spot for snookers. Every time they play a slow shot, the cue ball seems to run a different angle. This table is pulling to the right. A couple of good kisses. Again, I wouldn't expect him to miss this, but I didn't expect him to miss the other one. And if he does miss it this time, it's definitely a free ball.
One.
So, got to get that cue ball in a spot where he can play the snooker in behind the brown. He had a look at the shot before he took the red on.
8.
I think I would have preferred to have been on the baulk cushion.
Martin O'Donnell 8.
Yes, in that extraordinary semi-final between Gary Wilson and Zhou Yulong, Wilson actually eventually got back into that final frame. Remember, Zhou had already celebrated victory with a fist bump with a 4-point snooker and then a 5-point snooker on the blue to tie the frame, and then eventually one on the respotted black, having needed 3 4-point snookers at one stage. It was incredible stuff. And of course, he then went on to make the most of that act of escapology and beat Noppon in the final.
Yeah, maybe a chance here of the snooker. Well, didn't expect it to be behind the blue, but he's got it. Again, I wouldn't expect him to miss this. It's straight up and down. You just never know. In fact, he can hit the yellow. Well, with the brown going close to the green, if Martin could get a chance at the yellow, every chance of getting in behind the brown. So catching the yellow thick confirms my belief that the table's running to the right.
.38 the difference. 28 the difference, I should say. So O'Donnell still looking for the one snooker he now needs. What a frame this would be to win for him. That would certainly settle him down. Seemed long odds just now, but much stranger things have happened.
Yeah, moving the brown away from the green hasn't done himself any favours. I think is a little bit unfortunate. I think this is swervable. It's a fraction of being a very good snooker. Had it not kissed the blue, it would have been a different class. Where's the cue ball? Oh, wow.
Wasn't far away, was it? And the longer that this situation continues, the greater the chance that things could turn against Wilson in this increasingly marathon frame, which is now into its 55th minute. That includes the delay in play, of course.
Well, the blue in a nice place for snookers, but he may be forced into potting the yellow here.
Two.
He's got to play in behind it with a lot of right-hand side on the cue ball. If he's playing it thin, green's going towards the pocket. He's happy with that. Once again, he's hit the wrong side of the green there. He was trying to leave the cue ball in behind the black, but because the table is pulling to the right, he's hit it the wrong side of the green.
If Wilson could pot the green, then O'Donnell would need 3 snookers and the frame would surely be over.
Well, I expected him to go for the green there. Shouldn't be too worried about leaving the green on. There's no easy snooker. And that's pushed the pink into a good position. Blue and pink, really good positions for snookers.
On we go then. Very nearly an hour since this frame first got underway. Wilson remains the favourite, but it is still just the one snooker required for O'Donnell to turn this frame around and level the final.
Yeah, needed 2 to start with. Oh, that hasn't done him any favours. Pushing the pink safe. again, waving his arms in the air, saying the cue ball has drifted to the right. Well, it does.
This frame has ground to a halt, really. O'Donnell still plotting away to get the snooker he needs to turn it his way. In the end, decided to pot the green.
Yeah, he couldn't think of a decent safety shot or attempted snooker. Didn't really want to pot the green, but felt he had no option. Doesn't want to pot the brown, though. The blue's in a good spot. Just a little bit too much left-hand side on the cue ball. As I say, if you can get him behind the blue, it would be a good snooker, wouldn't it? He's battling, no doubt about that. Just got to be careful here not to go for the brown and find a pocket with the cue ball. Yep, too experienced to play that shot. And that is a pretty good shot. Didn't really want to pot this brown, but he's got no option.
Frame now into its 64th minute. And it's only the second of a scheduled 8 in this first session. On a day of a possible 17. 9, of course, is the target for the title.
What?
Just where he didn't want to be.
Arthur O'Donnell.
If it's achieved anything, this frame, assuming O'Donnell doesn't get the snooker he needs, I think it will have at least given him the chance to maybe expel some of those final nerves that he was, I'm sure, feeling in the first couple of frames of this match. And of course, this is still the second frame, believe it or not.
Yeah, and he's slowed his man down, hasn't he? I mean, Gary Wilson was playing pretty good, making that 98 in the first. Also made a 52 in this frame. So he was playing well. So he's slowed him down a little. Maybe a chance to bring the pink into play. And now the pink in a good spot. He's pushed the black a little closer, but he'd swap that for the pink being where it is. Again, he's saying it pulled to the right. Well, it does.
Yeah, it's not breaking news, really, is it? Let's be honest. We've seen quite a bit of this week. Good effort.
I'll say that was very close, a touch slower. And what a snooker that would have been. Oh, there goes. Oh, it was in his mouth there. But that should put an end to this frame.
Finally. Big whoops of applause. I think relief as much as anything for this crowd.
11 on the frame.
What a marathon. A frame that in the end lasted in excess of an hour and 7 minutes, but it's gone the way that it looked likely to for a very long time. The way of the Scottish Open champion Gary Wilson, who leads 2-0. 6 times champion now in his 90s and still making century breaks. Extraordinary.
Thank you.
Gary Wilson, though, in charge at the moment. 2-0 up. First to 9 to lift that trophy.
So,
Oh, we missed.
the table pulls to the right.
Gary Wilson, 4.
Excellent pot. Cue ball, staying short of the baulk line. Good pot with the rest. What a great scene that is, isn't it?
Wilson would be relieved in the end to get that frame over with, because at one stage, as Joe mentioned, O'Donnell did need 2 snookers. He got one of them, and the longer a frame like that goes on, the more you doubt whether things are actually going to end up going your way from a position of strength. So he's got that out of the way, and he's looking now to re-establish the fluency he showed in the first frame and a half when he made those breaks of 98 and 52. He's certainly been much the more in control so far, with the experience of those finals under his belt, 2 of which he's won, and the second of which was only a handful of weeks ago in Edinburgh to retain his Scottish Open.
18.
O'Donnell sitting in his chair there looking a little concerned again at the way things are unfolding in frame 3.
Yep, missed the red completely, didn't he? But it was a good pot from Gary Wilson. Now, maybe a chance to open more reds up here, taking this red onto the right corner. And that certainly opened things up. Nicely on the blue. He brought another 3 or 4 reds into play. And this is what he does best when he's attacking the balls. Opening the balls up, playing attacking snooker. This red at the back of the pack will go. So another 3 reds before he needs to bother about going into the reds.
$32.
Well, he might decide to open them up again here with the insurance of that red over the pocket. He's considering it. Doesn't need to hit them hard, just give them a little touch.
$39. $40.
Looking to become just the 3rd player this season after Judd Trump and RonnieO'Sullivan to win 2 ranking titles, and only the 5th player to win 3 home nations titles or more after Trump,
47.
Mark Selby, Neil Robertson and Mark Allen, as Martin O'Donnell once again watching on from his chair. Wow, he very nearly overcut that red.
Well, the cue ball does drift to the right there, doesn't it? We've seen it with blacks going towards that pocket. And as you say, very nearly overcut it. Now, can he see enough of this red directly above the black?
55.
It appears not. No, can't see enough of that. So, just a safety.
Gary Wilson, 55.
Nice 55. Pushing a red safe onto the right side cushion. Well, that's not turned out too badly. It's covered the red over the right corner. Don't think he's got enough angle to attempt to pop that red off the cushion. Gary Wilson has got another red safe on the left side cushion. Didn't want the kiss on the yellow. So another chance here. Things just not going for Martin O'Donnell at the moment. And having said that, shouldn't have made contact with the yellow.
Heavenward glance, it's looking likely to be 3-0 now, if Wilson can knock this red in. He's been rock solid, Gary Wilson. looks very relaxed this afternoon. This is becoming familiar territory for him. For my money, his real breakthrough was his run to the semi-finals at the Crucible back in 2019, where he eventually lost to Judd Trump, but he beat Mark Selby, beat Ali Carter. And I think that really announced him as a player on the big stage. He'd already been in a ranking final, but to mix it with the best and beat the best in the biggest tournament of all, I think gave him that extra belief. And of course, that was confirmed in winning his first Scottish Open title last season, which he's backed up again this season. And this frame is done.
14.
Yeah, it was a poor safety from Martin O'Donnell, catching the yellow. And quite a number of shots are just not going Martin's way at the moment. He's had chances. But as I said right at the very beginning, you don't really settle until you win a frame. And this next one is all important, really. 3-1 at the interval, and he's still very much in this. 4-0, and he's under the cosh.
Okay, 29.
Yep, and everything just going nice and easy for Gary, making the game look very easy, like he did against John Higgins yesterday.
He just looks like a top player now, doesn't he? He looks like a player who belongs with the elite. And for Martin O'Donnell at the moment, just unable to really impact this final. It's still early days, but the next frame, the one before the first interval, feels something akin to a must-win for him, even at this relatively early stage of the final. Breaks of 55 and 43 then continue Gary Wilson's early dominance of the Welsh Open title match. Martin O'Donnell with food for thought. Wilson extends his lead to 3-0. It is the first to 9, so there's still plenty of time. That said, he needs to register a frame pretty quickly, and this one would do nicely. Something to build on the other side of the first interval. Just to feel part of things, because at the moment, Gary Wilson is dominating. Wonderful trophy, made even more special by the fact that it's the Ray Reardon trophy, the great Welshman.
And don't forget the table pulls to the right. Yep, he made that mistake in the last frame.
Gary Wilson, 4.
You must have had a few tussles with Ray down the years on the table, Joe.
Yeah, many times. Yeah. Great player. What he didn't know about the game wasn't worth it. Well, may be tempted by this, 3-0 up. Yeah, not far away. No. Does Martin play the double here? Yeah, and he hasn't got away with it.
Tends to be the way when you're struggling a bit, you're being outplayed. That when you take on something like that, you leave it. Could easily have run safe, but it's not going that way at the moment for Martin.
Well, I always think if you're going to play the double, you've got to play for the colour, or leave the cue ball dead on the cushion. Cue ball. Oh, very close. Got a couple of reds to the right corner that he can play on. Just a little heavy. Unless there's a plant there, it's end of break.
Gary Wilson, 6.
Wasn't worthwhile taking on. The cue ball would have been going into the reds with no colour available. Well, just looking at the possible 3-ball plant. Every time Gary Wilson plays a safety, he's putting Martin in a little bit of trouble. The pink on the right side cushion there, making things a little bit difficult on the return safety. You can see all kinds of dangers when you're 3-0 behind. Oh, how close was that? Played that cue ball back into the balk area in case he missed it, but that came so close. great shot maker, Gary Wilson. Great cue power. Yep, he's hid the red. Or has he? Or has he? I'm not sure if he has, you know. Plenty of danger if he takes his red on. If he plays back down for the blue, there's a red just above the blue. If he plays for the black, there's a red below the black. He's covered the red below the black, but there's a half chance here. The red to the baulk corner. Big shot. I'm afraid not. Tough shots those when you're 3-0 down, but it was a chance. And it's red along the cushion. When you're 3-0 up, these seem a little bit easier. Yep, nicely played. And he's in again. Off and running.
Martin O'Donnell's highest break in this final so far, just 15. He's only potted 13 balls. He hasn't laid a glove on Gary Wilson as yet, and now he's got to hope to get another chance in this final frame before the interval. Otherwise, he's in damage limitation territory already in this first session.
Nine. Sixteen. 17.
Well, again, he could go into them. He'd be on the red, just above the cue ball. If he's not on a different red.
$24.
Yeah, took the red onto the baulk corner, but had to get it the way he played it.
$25. $32.
Lots of left-hand side on the cue ball there to check it back and get closer to this red, to the left corner.
33.
Yeah, just a little heavy.
40.
Always looked heavy going towards that left side cushion. Still on the red to the right corner, but more difficult than what it should have been. Oh, missed that by a long way.
Gary Wilson, 40.
Now, can he see the red to the right corner? He can't see enough of it to pot it. So, a little fortunate there, missing the red by such a distance and not leaving anything easier. Suppose Martin O'Donnell just pleased to be coming back to the table. Could have been end of frame had the red gone in. And that is not the best safety shot. Again, left the red onto the right corner, didn't get the cue ball past the ball line. He needs the break now, I think.
Yes, on another day, Wilson, having missed just now, would have left a red for O'Donnell. But right now it's just not going his way at all. He's being outplayed, clearly, but he's also not getting that little bit of luck that he needs. He's going to have to regroup during that 15-minute or so break, if indeed Wilson goes on to clinch this frame now, which seems likely. Already 56 to the good. Shake of the head from Martin.
I think it started for him, Philip, in the first frame when he attacked the balls, opening the balls up all over the place, but missing the red to the right corner. And I think it started from there.
Yeah, because if he'd got that red, that 98 break that Gary Wilson made could have been this man's instead. And then, of course, the start of the final has a very different complexion as it is. Looking like 4-0.
Yeah, looking like, but not as yet. Lots of right-hand side on the cue ball to check it back down the table. Is he on one?
13.
I don't think he is. So Martin O'Donnell lives again in this frame. 63 points the lead, but the way the table is at the moment, if he could get a chance, he could do some damage. Good safety.
Thanks, Martin. Thank you.
Well, that works, moving the red away from the black. And getting some support from this crowd.
O'Donnell's pot success is now down in the 60s, 68%. Clearly that's nowhere near getting the job done in a ranking final. Still 83 there, though, so given that the table is relatively open, there is still some hope for O'Donnell if he can get in next.
Yeah, Gary Wilson's safety, though, he's pretty good. And he's got his man in trouble again here. Something to think about. Did well to get the cue ball back there. So just one, well, a couple of safe reds, one really safe on the cushion. That's more like it. Great shot, Matt. Absolutely great shot.
Well, that is surely the best pot that Martin O'Donnell has conjured today. Now, can he capitalise on it and get himself right back in this frame? There's plenty of points there.
There is, but there's more reds gone safe, hasn't there? There's 3 reds that are safer. But a chance to pop a few balls, and he hasn't had many of those kind of chances. He's overrun that one. Just a little. 58 points in the game. You want shots easier than this. Now he's overcut it.
Martin O'Donnell, 5.
After such a good opening red, his highest break remains just 15.
Yeah, but he needs a let-off like that.
I am trying.
4-0. He was on the cards. The red that Gary Wilson's just missed has blocked the pocket for the pink and black going in to that left corner. So this is a good red to remove. I don't think he can wait for the interval or come round quick enough.
One.
Wilson's own pot success isn't anything too special, actually. 83%, but he's monopolised the scoring.
7.
98, 52, 55, 43 and 40 in this frame, and now a chance to clinch a 4-0 lead.
8.
Well, that's Snooker's required stage. I don't think he'll play on, even if he gets the chance to.
13.
2 Snookers required.
14. Yeah. 20.
Plenty to ponder during the interval. He's played so well to get to this final, most notably the wins over Luca Brissell, and then of course his final frame deciding victory over Elliot Slesser when he made a superb century under extreme pressure to get the match won.
Thank you. 21.
But so far today, he hasn't really featured. Undercutting that red by a margin, and, well, you saw what he thought of that one. Had a sniff in this frame. He knocked in that terrific red to the right centre, but it came to very little. And Gary Wilson has picked up the pieces.
26.
And he is looking very relaxed. Very much in control.
27.
He can do no wrong right now. It was an amazing performance to beat John Higgins. And he's doing more than enough to dominate the title match at the moment.
$43. 34. 41. 43.
380 points, plays 50 so far in Gary Wilson's favour in the Welsh Open final, and the Scottish Open champion well on course to add this title. He looks composed, he looks relaxed. He's not playing at his very best, but he's still playing well enough to have won all 4 frames, with 4 more to come in this session. 9, of course, the overall target for the title, and O'Donnell has to target winning this mini session 3-1. If he can, then clearly he's back in contention, but it's a big if at the moment, Joe.
Yeah, he had a chance in the last frame, didn't he? He knocked a terrific red into the right middle, but he couldn't make much out of it. And that's just the pressure that he's been put under in his final so far. But that's a good safety. Cue ball tight to the cushion. Always makes things a little bit more difficult for your opponent when that happens. Oh, how close was that? Now, has he got away with it? Can he see this red to the corner? Well, he can't see it directly, but I think he can pot it off the cushion. Whether he can get to a colour from it or not, I'm not sure. Just depends how thick he hits the red. Well, make contact with the other one. Yeah, it's swervable, but once again, can't get to a colour, but it won't do O'Donnell's confidence any good missing that red.
1.
Yeah, he lost the cue ball there and he potted the red, swerving round the pink. But he couldn't have landed much better on the yellow.
3.
But when you don't get punished for your mistakes, you know, you kind of think you're invincible.
4.
Good angle here on the brown to try and go into that cluster. Now then, how's your luck?
Gary Wilson 4.
Anxious looks there from Martin O'Donnell. Can he see this red? More importantly, can he get to a colour from it? If he can. The may go, but will he play for it?
One.
Doesn't want to be hampered. Well, if he's hampered, he's just not running his way at the moment. Oh, what a big shot. This could be 5-0 if it doesn't go in. It has gone in though, and that was a very brave shot, Martin O'Donnell to come.
Well, he knocked in a great red in the frame before the interval into the right centre pocket, which didn't in the end amount to anything. That was at least as good. Can he finally put
Nine.
a break of substance together? Nothing better than 15 to this point. But that was a terrific shot. Gutsy, because of course if he'd missed it, he was leaving Wilson in again.
Has another 3 reds at least. Try and build a lead. He's hampered, but why so hard? No need to play the cannon to the red. May take the red to the left corner. Yeah, good recovery shot. Can you see the black? And normally you'd play into the pack of reds here, but he's just going to put a few balls together. Again, overhit it. That was a great recovery shot.
30.
So the last of the easy reds coming up in a moment. Now, if he hasn't got the angle on the black
38.
to go into them, he might decide to try and bring more reds into play. Yeah, that'll do nicely. That's brought another 2 or 3 reds into play. Enough to win the frame at this visit.
Just looking for a foothold in this first session, something to build on, something to give him a bit of confidence back after a difficult first 4 frames where
47.
he was limited to a handful of chances, and those he did have didn't amount to much. But so far, this has been well taken.
Yeah, you feel he's got to finish the job, though. And he doesn't really want to go into the reds. He may have to play for a red into the left middle. And that's worked out very nicely. And pushing a red safe isn't too bad either.
54.
Makes the counter-attack a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
These 2 loose reds would be enough. 50 points the difference at the moment.
$55.
Still needs a red and a colour. Poor positional shot.
62.
58 in the game, 59 still left on the table.
Biggest shot of the final so far for O'Donnell.
Yeah, good shot.
63.
Should be a frame winner, and he's taken these very well when you consider he barely registered in the scoring stakes before this frame. The excellent black when he was hampered right at the beginning of the break, which could easily have gone wrong.
Yeah, what a brave shot that was, wasn't it, Philip?
And I'm sure the lion's share of this crowd, of course there are plenty of Gary Wilson fans in the house, but certainly most neutrals will want to see a close final. They want to see a contest. There was a danger that Wilson was going to completely run away with it. And this break from O'Donnell is, barring snookers anyway, checked his progress, for now at least.
Just one snooker, though. So he could do with that in.
It's now 3 snookers.
Well, as you can see, the black doesn't go. He was looking to see if he could see enough of the pink. So I think he'll play on, Gary Wilson.
Mark O'Donnell,
That
66.
helps, but in the yellow safe.
Yeah, really good break of 66 from O'Donnell.
You were on a break.
mighty close, and that would certainly have ended the argument in this frame. Gary Wilson, though, determined to make his opponent earn his first frame of the final. 3 snookers required.
Yeah, if he could get 2 big colours here. Look where the red is next to the yellow. He could get in tight behind the yellow and make it very difficult to snooker.
Eight. 9.
Yeah, what he could have done with being on the black, he would have had a nice angle to go down the table towards the yellow. Could have done with being close to this red. And that is a pretty good shot. Needs to run a little bit though.
15.
Another 2 or 3 inches.
And in taking the pink, it now means he needs 3 snookers to tie. But while there's a red on the table, there's hope for Wilson.
Wow.
And now there's a bit more. That's one of the snookers needed. .43 now the deficit, with 35 left.
Needs the red to slow down. And that's another good snooker. Going to be careful of the free ball. And again, doesn't want to hit the blue. Oh, why so hard? Well, it's okay, he's hit it. And this time he has got to be careful of the free ball. If he misses the red, he can hide behind the green and brown. You wouldn't expect him to miss this, but you've got to expect what could happen if you do. Well, it shouldn't be too difficult again this to hit, but be aware of the free ball. Well, that will do nicely. That puts paid to this frame.
Early in these Home Nations tournaments, of course, we don't have a mid-session interval because it's the best of 7. And those intervals always add an extra layer of intrigue because they can bring about a change in momentum. They can halt the momentum of the player on top. They can allow the player struggling just to regroup, get on the practice table, as we saw Martin O'Donnell doing. And he's come out on the other side of it with easily his best snooker of the final. A really nice 66 break in the circumstances. That pressure black early in the piece was key. And so O'Donnell finally on the board, but trails 4-1. At stake this evening for the first player to get to 9. And Martin O'Donnell finally has something to shout about in this Welsh Open final. An excellent break of 66, his first of any substance to stop the rot. 4-1. 3 more to come in this session. And if he could win this mini session 3-1, he's right back in the picture.
Yeah, 4-0 would be a delight, wouldn't it? Be a dream come true. No. Well short of pace. But the cue ball's finished up in front of the green. He could just roll into the reds. Just got to be careful. Nice little rub on the blue. And just a change of luck here.
Yes, earlier you can be sure O'Donnell would have hit that blue full in the face and left Wilson a chance. Great pot. Wrong side of the green.
Four. Arthur O'Donnell.
Was a chance. Another very attacking safety, opening the Reds up. Could have done with the cue ball closer to the cushion, but still nothing easy to go at. No potting available this stroke. Oh, did I say no potting? What a pot that was. Great pot. And deserved to be on a colour.
Gary Wilson, 1.
For Wilson, it's now ensuring that the perfect start that he made to this final is preserved come the end of this session. At the very least, of course, he'll want a lead, and a commanding one, which I'm sure in his eyes would be 6-2 or better. 5-3, there'd be a tinge of disappointment at that scoreline, given that he won the first 4, but he's seen O'Donnell put together a good break. He's now part of this match, but in trouble right now behind the yellow.
Wow, a miss. Gary Wilson.
Well, he was a long way off that. No. He can pot a red, but can he get to a colour? Well, he didn't really know where the cue ball was going, but he is on the blue. I'll say not ideally, but the way that he's been playing, you would expect him to pot this. And if it does go in, every chance of winning the frame. And it's there.
Seven. Ten.
So a pretty good looking chance here for Wilson to just re-establish complete control with another 4-frame cushion. Guarantee a lead in the process going into this evening's deciding session.
$15. 16.
Very fortunate to have found the gap there. But he was still on the red to the right middle, although it wasn't quite as nice a shot as the one he's just played. But what a red he got in with and led the snooker. That led to this.
$21.
Got to concentrate on the blue at the moment.
22.
Well, I didn't intend the kiss there. I don't think he's on an easy red now. Wanted to slide past that red. So, needs a good shot into a blind pocket. But he's got it. Good recovery. Perfectly on the blue.
He made that look easy, didn't he? It wasn't, because he was hampered a bit with his cueing as well. But didn't hesitate.
Right, he could have finished on this red. Oh, he's on the correct one to get back to the blue. I didn't think he'd hit it hard enough.
$39. $40. $45.
Well, once again, Gary showing no nerves.
46.
46, the difference. So still needs another red, and I think he's straight on the blue. So the best he's going to be able to hope for here is that red near the black. And hasn't quite pulled it back far enough, so he's going to need the rest for this shot.
51.
Makes it a little bit more difficult. Just the red needed. Yeah, superb. Superb. And as Philip said earlier, he's not afraid of the winning line. When he sees it, he dives for it.
Very well.
That's a great frame-winning red.
Gary Wilson, 52.
Inevitably, at this time of the snooker season, thoughts turn to the World Championship, and the likely contenders, and Ronnie O'Sullivan and Judd Trump have been by far and away the players of the season. Mark Allen, of course, has won a couple of titles as well. And I think Gary Wilson is certainly a player who could do some damage there, whatever happens for the remainder of this final. He's already made the one table setup there, of course, and he's playing like an elite player now, isn't he? He's got all the credentials. He can score heavily and quickly. He's got a good safety game. He's prepared to be patient in the scrappier frames. The full package.
Yeah, more importantly, Philip, he's got the belief. And now he knows he's one of the top players.
So one snooker required for O'Donnell to avoid falling 4 behind again, with 2 more to come in this session.
You can see this long red, so this goes in. Yeah, another great pot from Gary Wilson. So it's going to be 5-1.
10. Gary Wilson, 10. And you're free.
A fourth half-century of the afternoon tightens Gary Wilson's grip on this Welsh Open final, the reigning Scottish Open champion. 4 frames clear once again, with 2 to come in session 1 here in Llandudno. He leads 5-1. Pretty exclusive company.
Thank you.
Only 4 players have won as many since the series started back in 2016. This is the 8th season. Of course, this tournament dates back way further than that, 1992. This is the 33rd staging of the Welsh Open. But the reigning Scottish Open champion looking good to make it a 3rd ranking title. And for Martin O'Donnell, realistically, you've got to think he's got to win the remaining 2 frames in this session. Even 6-2 would be a huge ask. The way Wilson's playing, the confidence that he's displaying, that would be an enormous deficit to overcome. So really has to steel himself now, try and find that form that did for Brissell and for Slessor. And indeed that he showed in the 5th frame to stop the rot. A really good break of 66, but his only break of any substance so far in his first final. Start.
Well, he's got a chance at this red to the right corner, but it's difficult. Plenty of pressure on the shot if he does take it on. Yeah, good shot. Terrific shot. Cue ball needs to slow down though. Ah, what a shame. What a shame. Just a little too hard. And all he's got is the snooker. That very, very good pot.
Martin O'Donnell, 1.
But not straightforward, this. It's not just a matter of landing up into the pack of reds. He's got to judge this well. Something to think about here for Gary Wilson.
Foul, a miss.
Oh, that may not go back. Again, it's a real pressure shot, this, if he decides to take it on.
Oh. 1.
Missed the cannon, but he's still on the pink. Had to put everything into the pot. The cannon would have been nice, but he's still okay. He is competing after the interval. He's playing a little better. Would have liked a thicker kiss on that red, been straighter on it.
7.
That way he could have played for the black. Well, could have just rolled it in for the black. He might still play for the black from this red, but it's just a little bit more difficult to gain position. Again, a very attacking pot and position there, opening more reds up. That's more like it from Martin O'Donnell. He's played so well all week. He wants to keep that going in the final. Even if he should lose, he wants to make a good account of himself.
11.
Just over a year ago, before he won that Q Tour event, which confirmed his return to the tour, this would have been dreamland for Martin. Chance to play in a big final. So even if it doesn't work out for him today, there'll be plenty to look back on with pride and
16.
plenty to build upon going forward. But of course, he does want to reproduce the form that's got him here, really compete in this final, and who knows, still come out on top. It's perfectly possible. If he can win this frame and the next, then he's certainly back in the match.
Yeah, he's got to keep it going. He hasn't got to miss an easy shot. And he's under-hit that one, so he's going to have to go down for the blue. He needs to get the right side of the blue. Needs to pot the red.
25.
Perfectly played.
$30. $31.
The red directly above the black will go to the right corner, and that releases 2 reds to the left corner. So, wants to be fairly straight on this next red. That's good.
38. $39.
Yeah, just overhit it. And that's the scene here in Wales at the moment. Beautiful surroundings. He's high. And always looked high.
Martin O'Donnell, 39.
Now has he got position? I think he may have got away with this one, you know.
.39, but still plenty there for O'Donnell. 44-point lead in all.
He hasn't got away with it, has he?
1.
So just one safe red.
And this really could be the killer blow in terms of this final being a contest if Wilson can clear up from here. Guarantee himself a 4-frame lead going into tonight's resumption, and possibly even a 6-frame advantage. Put him within 2 of the title.
$9.
Just a little shorter pace. Slightly hampered. No, they can get to it.
15.
Just looking to see if those two reds closest together are a plant, and they look to be to me.
$17. 18.
So, just 20 points in the game. Martin missed
25.
the black off the spot, but it was a shot previously where he hit the shot too hard to finish nicely on the black. Well, may have to take this to the baulk corner, play for it to the middle.
2.
Now, can he leave an angle on the pink to bring that last red into play? There goes the red.
33.
All on this shot, you would think. Well, not ideally on the red. I think it will pass the yellow.
9.
No. Now, can he see it?
49.
Can Martin O'Donnell see this red?
This is a massive frame now. Both players have made breaks of 39. He can see it. This is a chance for O'Donnell.
1.
Well, again, a little shorter pace. He's not going to have an easy yellow if he takes the blue. And playing the green or brown, very risky.
Seismic difference between 6-1 and 5-2. Oh, well, at least that cannon has come to O'Donnell's rescue.
What a kiss that was. What a kiss that was.
Well, he's not had a lot of running today, and you generally don't when you're being outplayed as he has been, but he certainly got some there at a crucial moment.
I just don't understand why he would take the difficult green. Why not play the blue, which is guaranteed, and you play a difficult yellow, but not as difficult as what the green was. Anyway, he's had a result, hasn't he? Playing off 2 cushions. What about the free ball? Yeah, nicely hit. Yeah, tap on the table there. Gary Wilson. Excellent snooker. Where's it going to finish? Not quite a snooker, but he can't pot it. I'm saying he can't pot it. It does go to the left corner, but I'd imagine he'd just skim off the yellow as thin as he possibly can and try and get in behind the black. Oh, that's an excellent shot. We've got the yellow exactly where he played it. Snooker's a bonus.
First really close frame of the final, a crucial one, particularly for O'Donnell, of course. If you can win it, he could still get out of this session relatively unscathed after a chastening start in losing the first 4 frames and then finding himself in this position at 5-1 down.
It's got him behind the green. Delighted with that. No applause from the audience, but he'll be absolutely delighted to hit the yellow and get it safe. Both these players, very good safety players, although that isn't the best shot he's ever played. Does he take it on? I'll play the safety. It's an easy safety to try and get the cue ball in behind the black. He needs a bit of luck. Well, it could have gone worse. It's a chance for Gary Wilson, but it's a difficult pot, this. Even more difficult to get nicely on the green to be able to get to the brown. So it's not just a matter of potting this yellow.
Thank you. 2.
Now, does he take the green on? He's been very attacking, hasn't he, Gary Wilson? It's a chance to win this frame and take a 6-1 lead. He doesn't want him to take it on. Yeah, well played.
5.
Well played, and the cue ball. Not ideal, but I think he can pot this and hold for the blue. Needs the pink. Right in the middle.
9.
Wrong side of the blue. A little bit of a life for O'Donnell.
Who took the green on. Didn't get close, really.
14.
The yellow, I should say. And Gary Wilson gets this spink away from a 6-1 lead. And it's right in the middle, and that was cool as you like. Typical of the snooker that Gary Wilson has been producing all week here in Llandudno. And Martin O'Donnell's task has just got a whole lot harder. Wilson now 5 clear at 6-1. It's going to take something Herculean tonight from Martin O'Donnell, but first things first, this frame has to be his. 6-1 down.
Yeah, it's an attacking shot that he played there, O'Donnell. Got hold of the cue ball well. Originally he was going to take this red onto the left corner, but he doesn't want to give Martin an easy starter. And that's what he's done. He's given a chance away. Missed that one by quite a distance. Now, needs to pop them.
Previous frame may well have knocked some of the stuffing out of Martin O'Donnell. Had he been able to win it, then this session was still retrievable for him. Get out of it 5-3 from 4-0 behind. That would have been a terrific result, but of course now the best he can do is be 4 behind.
What a kiss that was, Philip. Kissing that pink. There's no safety shot back to balk area now. Not from down the left side anyway. The dreaded double kiss. Now, has he left anything on, or has he got away with it?
Touching ball.
Touching ball called, so I don't think he can pop this red to the right corner. That's a stroke of luck, that, for Martin O'Donnell, for sure. That could so easily have been 7-1. At that visit. Still might be.
Point.
Didn't realise he could pop that, so he's in trouble, Martin O'Donnell. That's just what Martin O'Donnell needed.
Gary Wilson, 1.
A reprieve. He was concentrating on knocking the red away from the black spot and forgot about the pot.
One.
So he's in perfect position on the blue. The pink is available to the right corner. The black's difficult, but still potable.
Six. Seven.
Just one break of substance this afternoon, the 66 that won him frame 5. He was in the previous frame, of course, first. Mr. Black on 39, having failed to land nicely on it. How's that cannon gone?
12.
Well, trying to clear that area in case he gets to the pink. Yeah, nicely done. The right side of the blue, perfectly played. He's getting support from this crowd. Now, if you could play for the black now, this would be the time to play for it with that red
18.
that's closest to the right corner. All he'd need to do is just drop the black in and he'd be on the red. That's over the pocket. Just depends what kind of an angle he's got on this next red. So I'm going to just try and make sure of the black. The black still available to one of the pockets.
26.
Must get the right side of the blue, even if he has to play for one of the baulk colours. He's under-hit it. Shouldn't be too difficult to get to that red to the right of the pink spot.
32.
Oh, can he get to the black from... No, he can't get to the black from that red. So it looks like back for the blue again.
$33.
And again, the wrong side of the blue. A right-handed player would play for the red just above the pink, and then the pink to the right corner. But he may have to play for the red to the right corner. No, it looks like he's playing for that red. If this goes in, every chance of winning the frame. This is the bigger one.
38.
Got to stay still on the shot here. Yeah, well played. And now this game is in Martin's hand. He's worked hard so far in this break.
A chance he might not have expected to get when Wilson was in and missed the black into this pocket.
$45.
Yeah, a little straight, and he could screw back for the black, but it's so easy to overscrew it or underscrew it. Not easy, this shot at all. Could play for the pink to the left middle.
$46.
Yeah, nicely done. That red was tighter than it appeared on screen.
Well, it's a great chance now for O'Donnell to end what's been overall a disappointing afternoon on a high note.
Yeah, this is how he would have liked to have started. I mean, if he does win this frame, he split the session 2 each. Had it gone like that at the beginning, then he'd have been a real part of this final.
And you think back to that red that he took on right at the start of the match when he spread things everywhere but missed. And that allowed Wilson in for a break of 98 and rather set the tone for this first session. But at least if he can convert this chance now, as he surely will, then
61.
It's something positive to take back to the dressing room and into this evening's finale.
Yeah, and funnily enough, Philip, he'd like to stay out there now. He really would. You know, he's found his game, and he's competing.
He certainly played a whole lot better since the interval, that is for sure. Might have won the previous frame. It was tight.
This is... Sorry.
Yeah, that's the black that Wilson missed, which was something of a surprise, really. He hasn't missed much this afternoon.
No, as I say, he was just thinking about the cannon to the red on the black spot and just forgot about the pot. Everything was so easy to him. He wasn't missing any easy ones. So that came out of the blue. Well, that makes absolutely sure. So it's going to be 6-2. Can be done. Difficult, but it can be done.
Interesting to see that Wilson's overall pot success isn't that much better than O'Donnell's. Of course, he's scored a lot more points. He's missed 1 or 2, not many of any great consequence, though. And he has played very solidly again, and it is a commanding lead for sure. It might have been even better, but he would certainly have taken it when they shook hands at the start of the afternoon. It's down to Martin O'Donnell to raise his game tonight to have any chance of turning this Welsh Open final around, but he's done what he absolutely had to do, which was win
84.
the final frame of the session, and he's won it in style. Can he go on now to complete what would be his 5th century of the tournament?
85.
He's going to need a good pot to continue the bid for the century. No century, but a vital intervention from Martin O'Donnell, who has won the final frame of the session in style. But he's got a mountain to climb this evening because Gary Wilson has been rock solid again.
Thank you. Frame 9. Gary Wilson to break.
The final session of the Welsh Open final restarts. We've had a re-rack in the opening frame of the evening. 6-2, Gary Wilson leads. He needs 3 to become champion. Clearly Martin O'Donnell needs to win this mini session. Of course, he made the worst possible start, really. Went 4-0 down. Did win the last of the afternoon. In the way he won it, that 92 would have given him some confidence, I'm sure.
Hugh wasn't travelling too far. He hasn't left one, but it was a worrying moment.
And all these little nudges, they'll make a difference. Gary Wilson, I mean, he first turned pro 2004. It took him 18 years to win a ranking title, but he's poised tonight to win a 3rd in, what, about 15 months. Just shows you that winning that first one is the key one, really. Prove you can do it.
Yeah, and while I'll say again, we know he hasn't won yet tonight, so we won't suggest otherwise. But, you know, has anyone ever discussed him as a possible world champion this year? Gary Wilson, he's playing as well as most players. And he's been in that world semi-final, don't forget. It's not as if it's new to him. You know, I'm not saying he'll win it either, but he should be in a conversation, I think, with a lot of the players below. Mark Allen, Judd Trump and RonnieO'Sullivan not really performing very well at the moment. Anyway, that's for another day.
He's overcut that brown.
By a long way. By a long way. Now, that did not threaten the pocket.
One.
Well, in the frame that was ultimately re-racked, Wilson left a chance, and he's done the same here, second time around. O'Donnell only made 17 first time. His fiancée is here with their 2 boys, so it's a big occasion. Obviously, he's worked so hard to get this far in a tournament. He wants to put as good an account of himself as he can here this evening.
Nine.
Just potted that into the thick side of the pocket, which is the reason he's kind of dragged it a little short of being perfectly on the blue. He's straight now, so that ends any real hopes of getting close to a red, unless he plays a different colour. I mean, the brown is straight as well, so he can't do much with that. So he's playing at this kind of range now, and this is nothing but a difficult shot. He's queuing over the brown a little bit with his shirt. He looks uncomfortable on this shot. Just wasn't nice, basically. I don't think anyone would have enjoyed playing that shot.
No, he got nowhere near it, actually. And it looks like he's left a chance as well. Whatever happens, Wilson will be up to his highest position in the rankings if he wins the title 12th, if he loses 13. If he does win, he'll be 4th on the one-year list, so Tour Championship will be in that as well. Just ahead of the World Championship, where of course he'll also be seeded.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's got a lot going for him as a player at the moment. He's doing some winning. 2 ranking events, just over a year, another final. But that, again, is not a good shot. I don't even know what he played there. Last night, his cue ball was absolutely immaculate. Tonight, certainly nowhere near like that. Played a delicate cannon on that red, I think, the other side of the cue ball.
So O'Donnell not punished, as he kind of was early on today. That 98 in the first frame from Wilson just sort of was a sign of things to come, but nothing to write home about yet this evening. Of course, it would be his 3rd home nations title. There's only actually 4 players have won that many, so just underlines the scale of the achievement, really, that could be coming tonight. For O'Donnell, whatever happens, he'll be in the top 64 on the official ranking list. Now, of course, it's his first season. He's only got 1 year's points, so it's just a great building block for the year to come in terms of keeping his talk on and avoiding the sort of on and off that he's sort of seen during his career. Having to go back to Q school and try and requalify. Now, an aggressive shot from Wilson, opening the Reds up. Good cue ball. Wilson won't feel that he needs to force anything here. It's sort of, you feel O'Donnell is the man who's got to really attack to get back into this. He's had chances, of course, before the re-rack and since then.
Very important safety shot here. This has to be a good one. With Reds to the right corner available, he has to get that cue ball back where it is now. He moved a couple of the Reds out of the way. There's not a lot wrong with that. O'Donnell obviously played in behind the green, but he'd be more than happy with the shot he played. It's actually put Gary in a little bit of trouble here. Can be very dangerous when he takes the attacking option, when sometimes a safety shot is not so easy, and he goes all out for a pot and he knocks them in. But even that, I'm not sure here. And clearly he can play a pot, but he's queuing over the green. It'd be just not nice where he is. Only 21 seconds a shot, so he's pretty quick, but this has taken him over a minute because it's an awkward position. Oh, what a shot that is. I mean, what a shot. I don't think he's on anything. I mean, he can get to the brown, but either way, he's still at the table, and Martin O'Donnell isn't. And if he went for that, and I'm sure he must have done, absolutely brilliant pot. Now he's just going to try and get the cue ball away from there. Could get him behind the green as well here.
Gary Wilson won.
Well, that's very good play, isn't it? He was in all kinds of trouble, and he seems to have turned the compliment within 2 shots.
Yeah, I mean, after scraping past Jack Lazowski, you know, Wilson, he whitewashed Rob Milkins, he whitewashed McGill, of course he sprinted ahead 4-0 against John Higgins, just got on a real sort of scoring spree. And one thing I say about Gary, he's a real hard worker. You always see him on the practice table at tournaments as O'Donnell plays a fine safety himself there. A really good one, actually. But yeah, you always see him working hard and just seems to enjoy the sort of graft that goes with it.
Foul and a miss. Martin O'Donnell 4.
Yes, again, it was a good safety shot from O'Donnell. And the attempt at the red was not so good. It was offline. If it goes back, he's probably going to either end up in the same place, or he's going to hit it and he's still going to have the same shot. So he's putting it back and hoping something good will come out of it, but it's hard to know exactly what that would be.
Yeah, Martin, thanks.
Again, it's a question of getting that cue ball tight and stopping Gary Wilson putting these long balls that he seems to be able to locate very easily.
Foul.
I was going to say, I didn't see him hit one.
Yeah. Gary Wilson 4. Adam?
Yeah, I thought it was my eyes, but he did miss it altogether. Leo saw it. The referee, Leo Scullion.
Martin actually said to Leo, "Can I borrow your glasses?"
Got himself in a bit of a pickle here, hasn't he, with that last shot? He was kind of bossing the safety exchange a little, and then he did that.
Yeah, the threat here is that brown, isn't it? You know, if a red gets left on, that is kind of waiting, and then either player could be away.
Just before you play your shot. Yeah, you can. Okay, hold on. Neil.
Not sure what happened there. I heard Leo ask something.
Yeah, I don't know. He talked to someone there, one of the staff.
You've got radios, so hopefully it'll work.
I'll tell you what he is very good at though, O'Donnell. He's always been the same. He can take the sting out of an opponent a little bit with his style of play, which is a very tough match game, but where he's gone a step further this week is he scored well. But he's always going to be very competitive in the safety side of the game. Makes things difficult for his opponent. Ultimately, that will only get you so far, and he knows he's got to score big here tonight. It's another fine shot. That little corner of the table, he knows that's the danger zone for any opponent. Doesn't want to be in there. Keeps finding it.
Well, it's a good job that white held up, because the in-off would have left a long red on for Wilson. It's all gone a little bit sort of sticky on that side of the table. Just about 9 minutes since the last pot.
A very long way away from the pot there, and he might not have left anything. Nothing that springs to mind that's easy anyway. So it was a big misjudgment, which he could have left an easier red on. There's a red that might cut to the middle, that one on the right of the table, up the one of the blue spot, but it's not an easy one. This red cuts into the right corner. Both are difficult cut shots. I think they're both about equally as uncertain, but I think he's going to play the other one. Oh goodness, how close without getting it. Wow, that's unbelievable. He must have thought that was going to go in. It looked like it was going to get sucked into the pocket. How close was this?
One. 6. Seven.
He's always got the brown ball as a backup when he doesn't quite get onto a colour. But I wonder if he would like to get those reds open by playing from a red into them. Doesn't seem like he's got that plan here.
12.
But it would be a possibility with the brown over the pocket to play the cannon off of a red at some point.
13.
I don't think he played that. Maybe he missed a trick there by not being more adventurous and getting into the cluster of reds in that strange position on that right cushion. Well, the fact that he's not finished on the brown tells you that was quite a serious miscalculation there, that last shot. Because that was always his fail-safe.
Light one. Martin O'Donnell, 13.
So we're back to this.
He knows he should have made more out of that. There was a half-decent chance to chip away and get 30, 25 maybe in the context of a frame like this. Would be a decent contribution.
Yeah, I mean, he's had probably 3 good chances, hasn't he? The one before the re-rack and 2 since. But now it's just a bit of a stalemate again. Of course, there are various carrots in the background where O'Donnell to win. I mean, obviously be a ranking event winner, which would be the main thing, but he'd get in the Players' Championship, which starts tomorrow in Telford, Champion of Champions later in the year. All of that is not in his mind right now. It's about trying to make things as hard as possible, but ultimately, if you do get chances tonight, he's got to take them, and he's had a few already. If O'Donnell loses the final, his next snooker will be the World Championship because he hasn't qualified for the World Open.
Yeah, both of these lost in that World Open qualifier. So neither player are going to China for that event.
No, Gary Wilson's actually signed up for the World 9 Board Tour this year, but obviously if there's a lot of snooker to play, then he's going to have to manage his schedule. There's an event actually starts, the UK Open starts the day after the World Championship. The World Snooker Championship, that is.
Yeah, I think it was a decent shot. Probably didn't quite play the half-full cannon, but he wanted to get further across, so the red closest to the right corner was not available. It's a massive target here, but he has to just make sure, Gary Wilson, that he doesn't leave a red on. Maybe a red to the middle is a possibility if he's not careful.
could just say, of course, Martin O'Donnell got back on the tour through the Q Tour, the rankings, and Michael Holt will be back on through that. But there's another place from the playoffs, and Peter Lyons has won the latest event on that this evening in Leeds. He's actually, of course, home professional at the Northern Snooker Centre. So he'll be in the mix for those playoffs. Yeah, the concern is obviously the two reds in open play. So he's taken nearly 2 minutes over this.
Even though he's sort of gone in behind that red,
Martin O'Donnell.
of course it will be called a miss. And there is a red, the red that he attempted to hit. O'Donnell will have a look at it, I think. Whether he'll get a better chance to pop one than this, I'm not certain. If it goes back, I'll be amazed if he's got an easier shot. If he plays that same route, and he came across missing the blue and got beyond the blue, I'd be surprised if there's any more rewards. That might be his best chance to pot a red from that. If he went a different way, which I think he didn't, that red to the left of the pink might have been potable to the middle. But the only problem with this Gary Wilson escape is he comes very close to the blue off that first cushion. Because if he hit that, then anything's possible. I think all he's got to do is put a fraction more pace in. The line looked pretty good. I thought it was a good attempt to hit it. It took a long time, 2 minutes to work it out. But like I say, he's getting very tight into the blue off this first cushion here.
Foul, I miss. Martin O'Donnell, 5.
So this time a chance has come along for sure.
Yes, and O'Donnell was correct. I mean, I thought he would continue on that line, which meant he wouldn't have this chance, but just grazed it on the way through.
He's already got a reasonable lead, 26 here. He's obviously going to have to develop red soon, but another chance for O'Donnell. He's had a few tonight so far, in amongst all the safety.
Thank you. 1.
It's not finished perfect either, by any means.
Green. Green ball.
If he plays the green, he doesn't want to let that cue ball run down too far, so he's not on the end red. Played that well. I know he's kissed the blue on the way through, but it's better than finishing too far down. Still feel there's a lot of snooker to be played in this frame with those reds there all packed together.
Thank you. Martin O'Donnell, 4.
So once again, the scoring chance comes to an end prematurely. Gary Wilson, 21 minutes since he's potted one, but he's on this red. And then it's up to him to get the rest into play.
One.
Now, this could could be absolutely perfect. This could be A1. It was the miss. Wilson keen to get back in scoring ways. Top spin at pace. Shift the 5 reds from the cushion. That is very unlucky. And I think he's quite animated there, but to be honest, it was very unfortunate. I mean, how much more can you do to try and pop balls? He played a red in the middle that went all around the pocket, and then this happened. His reaction was quite something, actually. Praying that it won't go in. Desperate luck.
I suppose the only good news was he didn't actually open the other reds up, so he didn't leave anything on. So we're back to this again.
Oh, the miss.
Well, things just happening, aren't they, to Wilson? I mean, how's he found that gap? Try doing this. See how you get on. So, O'Donnell edging closer to winning this frame now. Be 43. If he takes the brown, he'll be 43 in front. He'd only need another red.
Yeah, and I think the red on the left of the 3, he was just checking to see if it would go. It's a bit touch and go. Maybe if you're right behind it, you could knock it in, avoiding the other 2, but from other angles, it'd be quite a difficult shot to find, really. You screw in towards the red off the brown anyway. You might want to nudge them. Oh. You hit it that hard and it just throws off at a very different angle to the one you're looking for. There's no bite on the cue ball. So that was... it butchered it, to be honest. I think the red goes, I do, but it's not into a full pocket. He might think it's worth the risk, given it does put him in a position where snooker will be required. Didn't play to pot it, so he's doing everything he can to sort of dampen down the spirit a little bit of Gary Wilson in this opening frame. I'm not sure that's his intention, but he's playing it hard. You know, he's got a big deficit. He doesn't want to take a risk, and you can't blame him for that. You know, he's got to find a way back into this match. And even if this frame takes a bit longer, and there's no rush, not for O'Donnell tonight. Biggest match of his life. Strange shot, wasn't it? He had to get the snooker there. Because he's leaving this red, and that's all that he needs, as we say. That was an odd one. Maybe he lost his patience.
One.
Well, he'll play on for the snookers, that's guaranteed. It's been a real slog, this, but O'Donnell with a degree of safety here. 44 in front as it stands, 43 on.
I think I might pop the green if I was Martin here, because I think it's quite an awkward... But it's a ball to get a snooker behind where it's placed. And you might put a ball on a cushion, but I'm not saying that's a bad decision. If you could set a table up somewhere to get a snooker where the black is and where that green are, then you know, snookers can be got behind those balls where they're placed. So I think I might have just potted it and got it back on its spot. The point's irrelevant.
Oh, where's this cue ball? Wow. Oh.
Well, it's a bad shot, even though it never went in off, because that should not be in the equation, the in-off. And that's why he's smiling. He knows that full well. Could do a red high-value colour, Wilson, then make the plan to get the snooker on the last red or something along those lines. Well, there's the red, blue to follow, and that means if he does get the blue, cue ball slowed up, but he's got to play it really. If he takes the green, it's another snooker he requires. So this has got to go in. If it doesn't, he might concede the frame.
Gary Wilson, 1.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an ordeal. Of course, it was re-racked, this frame, initially. So, you know, play started about 50 minutes ago this evening. O'Donnell is sort of crawling over the winning line in it. The red goes in. It surely is. Of course, ideally, Wilson doesn't really want to pot it, but he's the sort, he does like to play on, Gary Wilson, for snookers. Just something he does.
I think there's an argument that he might just be better off just getting on with the next frame for his own state of mind. It's been a horrible frame for him, really. He's been quite unlucky a couple of times in it. Might be thinking about just putting the frame to bed and moving forward. But as you say, he's playing on.
I
was watching some footage on YouTube the other night of the someone sent me the 1978 World Championship, and Eddie Charlton was playing on, and he was miles behind, but not Gary Wilson.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall there. So a long old frame that, but Martin O'Donnell needs frames, and he's won that one. Gary Wilson's lead is reduced to 6-3.
Martin O'Donnell to break. Thank you. Settle down, please.
Cleo Scullin just asking for a bit of order. The last ranking final to go to a decider was over a year ago now, the World Grand Prix last season. We haven't had many close matches of late, really. I mean, we've had matches that have been close and then someone's pulled away at the end, but let's see. This has got closer. Gary Wilson won't want another frame like that. It didn't really suit him. Good part. I'm not sure he's on this black.
It's quite annoying, isn't it, that it's not quite on this. It just runs and runs, that cue ball. Too far. Seems a waste, doesn't it, of a good shot. You don't quite get position.
Rainbow. Martin O'Donnell, 1.
Very nice. Good safety shot that. The packer tight, so it's likely that if completely snookered, O'Donnell will be able to roll up to them from cushions. I think he can see red, but not to hit a thin edge of it. I'm sure we can see all of that red, maybe not, but they can see some of it through that gap. that's not worked out to plan. Probably should have done better with that escape, leaving the bottom red.
1.
Now does he go into these? Does he go into the pink full ball? It wasn't a small target, quite honestly, and the fact that he nearly missed that red is the reason he left the bottom one on. Playing this, going into them.
Foul.
Tell you what, it's not happening for him tonight, is it? Luck-wise, I mean,
O'Donnell, 5.
that was unlucky, but the red has gone in like a bullet into that pocket there. Was there a plant that he never saw? You've only got to have a few moments like that to wonder if tonight's not going to be your night. And at the moment, the look in his eye, understandably, is one of great disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, it's the second, aggressive, positive shot he's played where something horrible's happened. And Martin O'Donnell, of course, now has the chance to reap the rewards of the fact the Reds have been opened up. He's made 4 centuries in this tournament. Hasn't all been sort of slogging through. Of course, made one in the decider yesterday against Slessor.
Six.
But you just cannot afford that. Not at this stage, not at any stage of a final really, but certainly when you need frames on the board, you need to put breaks away.
Yeah, that doesn't help at all. I mean, he was given the opportunity there, and it was a bad one to miss, to be honest. It was a great chance to take another frame back. Kind of means that the Wilson bad luck now doesn't really count for anything.
Six. Seven.
And that'll do nicely.
12.
These are the 2 reds he wanted to be on. He's a good scorer, Gary Wilson. I mean, we saw it last night. If anyone was in any doubt, if you watched back last night, goodness, he was powerhouse scoring. Up there with the best, that was that display. Little bit of a sloppy last shot though, where he's overscrewed, getting all this tackle out, which he didn't think he'd have to do. It was a pretty regulation shot on the black, just to get him behind that red. He screwed it.
Thank you. 21. Twenty-eight. 29. $36.
I spoke to Gary after he won the Scottish Open this season, and I said, did it feel different winning it again? And he said it did. He felt he played better this season. And even though you think winning the first is a big step, he said he could appreciate it more winning the second. No one could say it was just a one-off, a fluke. You know, he got another trophy. Same trophy as it turned out, but he's now a multiple ranking event winner.
45.
If he wins this, he'll be only the 29th player to have won at least 3 ranking tournaments.
45.
Yeah, and so many times you've heard players say, or people about a player, well, if he wins one, he'll win a lot of events. It quite infrequently works that way. Gary is the exception. Because to win one is an effort, and if you haven't won one for a few years, why should you start winning loads? But Gary is doing that. If he wins tonight, that is. And what he is of these two, even though O'Donnell has played well and he's made 4 centuries, including that one in the decider, as you say, yeah, Wilson is a better scorer, isn't he? And that's as simple as that. You can just see it. Very dangerous scorer.
Yes, he has a more natural fluency, doesn't he? Just the way he walks around the table. This was the miss from O'Donnell. Remember how he got in when Wilson knocked the red in off the blue, splitting them. So it was a big chance that for O'Donnell, but right now he needs snookers. So it's a chance missed. And of course it meant that Wilson could get out of his chair, where he was stewing a bit about the luck he'd had this evening. Just calm himself, make a nice contribution and settle into the evening.
66.
And it's going to leave him 2 away from the title and the Ray Reardon Trophy.
57. $74. 75.
Wilson, of course, last night nearly had a maximum, then did have a maximum. He's had 4 centuries in the tournament.
$80. 82.
And he'd like another. He's promoted the Brown. Every chance.
Yeah, it's typical of a chance where
85.
if you're Martin O'Donnell, you say, well, these should have been mine, because it really was a question of that. O'Donnell missing that, quite honestly, very easy red.
89.
And it was just a question of Wilson coming out of his chair and taking what was O'Donnell's. Whether there was a bit of luck involved at the start doesn't matter. Wilson has taken these very fluently.
Pink for the century then. Well, it looked like things were conspiring against him, but that miss from O'Donnell opened the door, and Gary Wilson back to his old self. Looking, again, a very strong favourite to win this title here this evening. He enjoyed that, didn't he? 107 from Gary Wilson in the second frame of the evening. O'Donnell had a big chance there. He didn't take it. Wilson leads 7-3. Been really well attended, well supported from day one. Packed house for the final session. But how many more frames? It's 7-3 to Gary Wilson. He's 2 away. Just made a break of 100. O'Donnell will know, of course, he has to cut out all errors if he gets another good chance like the last one. Absolutely has to take it, otherwise there'll be no comeback. And Wilson, of course, would have sympathy, I think, for, you know, coming into your first final. His was the China Open 2015 up against Mark Selby, already an established winner, indeed world champion at the time, and was beaten 10-2.
I suppose it was such a set plant, even though the reds were a way apart, that he said try and pot the first one naturally and he would see the second one go in. But he could be away here, and as I say, bursts of scoring from Gary Wilson are quite breathtaking at times. There was that match mentioned last night where he made 4 centuries in a row in a match where he was 4-2 down against Chris Wakelin. He was saying that it should have been 5. Very few players can produce scoring like that. That's like world-class scoring. That's O'Sullivan, Higgins, Hendry mode, isn't it?
12.
But he's capable of it in spells.
13.
Four hours. That doesn't include that re-rec. Quite a lengthy opening session. We had a 57-minute second frame. And in fact, that was even longer, wasn't it? Because there was a spectator taking ill.
20. $21.
Well, is he on the black? He probably deserves to be. You never know quite where all the reds are going to go. Well, perhaps with a trace of right-hand side, but if you can pot the blue without any side or come up the table, that's what he'll play. I think he feels a bit unlucky about what happened on the previous shot. And I think he's left this red on as well, so O'Donnell has got to make something of this chance that's turned up from nowhere. You can see along the line that the red does go past the black.
One. Eight. Nine. $16.
Well, he's not as straight on this as he would like to be, to the middle. And that's why he's missed it. And I'm afraid a few errors have really crept into his scoring game tonight at a time when he had to up his game. I wonder if a red goes through the gap here. Yeah, that goes right through.
One.
That was handy because at first, with the red up the table being covered by the green, it felt that O'Donnell had left nothing.
Gary Wilson, one.
Wow, he's got nowhere near it. That came as a big surprise the way he's been playing. This is a big misjudgment on a black off the spot.
One.
Well, there's no real explanation for that, but again, O'Donnell has to take advantage. Not like he's not been getting chances this evening.
8. Nine.
Played that nicely for that red, because he could have gone too far or finished short, but it's perfect.
Seventeen.
A frame that looked like it was slipping away when he missed that red to middle, and very quickly back at the table with this chance.
$25.
Got to take it, however, at this point, with a lead of 19 and counting.
Him in that black was such a surprise. The scale by which he missed it, having just made a century last frame.
$31.
And O'Donnell was struggling. He needed something to happen, and this is what happened. Gary Wilson missed this to set up the chance that O'Donnell is trying to make the most of.
I don't think it even hit the jaw of the pocket. He missed it by so far.
32 to the good. 2 more reds needed for 7-4, which would guarantee an interval.
$39. $44.
Yeah, so a twist in the tail there. It kind of looked like things were petering out a bit for O'Donnell, but that miss from Wilson, unexpected miss. And here he is, he's poised for 7-4. Judd Trump, remember, was 7-3 down to Jangandra in the first Home Nations final of the season, the English Open. Turned that round.
$52.
Well, credit to O'Donnell, because he was struggling. And then it becomes, doesn't it, the big next frame klaxon gets sounded, because if you can make it 7-5, then you just never know. Wilson was looking a heavy favourite until he broke down there.
58.
This could yet turn into yet another Sunday night thriller.
60.
Important that O'Donnell starts scoring. He has done here, of course. It's only his third half century of the whole match.
$63.
He's worked so hard to get to his first final. Had to work hard to get back on tour, first and foremost. And he's determined to put up a good showing after a magnificent week here in Llandudno. Win or lose, he wants to feel he's given his best in this final. So this was an important contribution and a great break in the end.
78.
An 85 clearance from Martin O'Donnell from the unexpected miss black from Gary Wilson. This final not done yet. Martin O'Donnell not done yet. He pulls another one back to trail 7-4. 4 obviously Wilson then just one away from that lovely Ray Reardon trophy. The target, he clearly would have set himself, O'Donnell, tonight in this mini session. He's win it. He'll have done that if he wins this frame.
Yes, a big one, isn't it, this one? Because at 7-5, we've still got a match on. And 8-4, you feel that Wilson is still with that 4-frame lead, and frames are certainly running out. So a lot depends on the outcome of this 4th frame of the evening. 12th of the match. But I thought that was quite a good break that he made. He certainly was a little quicker through it, more fluent. Yes, the balls were there, but he took them well. It's part of his game, I think, is improved. When he's in, he can be a bit more forthright in his shot selection. He's worried about this shot because of the red that's close to the pocket. Hard to not leave it on. Say close to the pocket. He's not hanging over the pocket, obviously on the right side, but clearly Wilson will be having a dart at it. He missed that because he played it with left-hand side. Straighten up the cue, we'll check it off the cushion, not go into the bunch.
We should say, and it's a small subplot, there's another person interested in this, Chris Wakeland, who at the moment is in 16th spot for the Players' Championship. He'll be in if Wilson wins. I say that because he put a post up on social media this morning, basically sort of biting his fingernails. He'll play Judd Trump tomorrow night, actually, if Gary Wilson wins the tournament.
Then he played to the cushion, not to the cushion and back out behind the yellow. It's probably safe to say that Gary's not had the best of run of the ball this evening. But a couple of the shots that he's missed were completely his own fault. Just a little nudges have gone in favour of O'Donnell, but he needed something to change from this afternoon. That's a good shot. Exactly as played. Very good. Hit the top side of the red.
Yeah, he played it well, and also he sort of, well, whatever he was feeling about the running O'Donnell had, he didn't let it show. He just played a good shot.
The last couple of shots he's played, balls flying around everywhere. O'Donnell. I don't think he's left anything very easy. Some of the colours might be off their spots, but actually it's not altering the fact that a good chance would arise if someone was to leave something, because nothing's that difficult. Oh, now the black's gone for now, so let's change that. Tied up by the red. I think he took a risk there, trying to pop the red and maybe free the black at the same time. Well, there's plenty of reds to hit, but not many to either pot or play good safety shots from. It's quite a cluttered area down there on that left side. Don't know if he can pot anything along there. And the safety shot, as I say, is quite an awkward one. The two reds were lined up to the right corner, past the blue there. You can't get to it directly. No, it's quite an acute angle. This is the cue ball being right behind this red up the table makes it gettable, but it's not a simple shot to drop that in. You can easily hit the jaw on the way through. There's not a lot of pocket that you can see. a very good shot. I mean, it's right down that channel along the right there. And of course, he was always going to use the blue. It wasn't a fluke that he potted off the blue. I think this was part of the plan.
So, big colours in unorthodox positions. The pink will be available. Red spread far and wide.
Five.
Yeah, for that reason, you maybe come to the table with a different mindset, not to make a century or whatever it is. Get 30 or 40. Where the balls are and see where it could lead from there. I still think those two reds might be a plant to the right corner. We've got a view from the back of the auditorium at the moment. I thought it still looked like one there, and it's just they can't quite get through to it. Yeah, I think they're very close, but there's a red in the way.
One thing I'll say for Gary, and I think this is absolutely sort of in good stead, when he won that first Scottish Open, he barely celebrated. He was happy, obviously, and delighted to get a trophy, but he didn't go to his head. It was kind of, okay, we'll tick that box, now on to the next one. He didn't have a good run the remainder of the year, but of course ended up winning it again.
18.
Same sort of attitude, really. It's a question of now trying to become a more regular winner.
19.
Now, what if he pushes the left-hand red away from the other two? The plant becomes available. Because I'm sure that's on. And I think he spotted it much earlier in the frame when he couldn't do anything about it.
25.
From straight, I think is a certainty. It's just a little bit left jaw. But
27.
the red has come in the way of pink, so the reserve, again, as it was earlier in the evening session, the brown is where the break's going to continue from. Just that, you see, it was a good plant, but the other red just got in the way of the line of the pink to the same pocket. Now, this is missable. Very clean. The kind of evening it's been for Gary, a little frustrating. You could have easily seen him miss that one, that rest shot, but it went straight in the middle of the pocket.
Yeah, good sign, potting that. In this big frame pre-interval, as he attempts to get within one of the title.
36.
Remember Gary Wilson, having turned pro in 2004 initially, dropped off in 2006. He was off for 7 years. It looked like he sort of come and gone in the game. So he's a bit of a late bloomer, if anything. And determined now he's got himself in the 16, got himself in the winner's circle. He's going to stay there.
42. $43.
Well, there was a twist in the last frame, wasn't there? Martin O'Donnell had the chance when Wilson missed unexpectedly. Got to say, though, there's a bit of a spring in Gary Wilson's step now. He's looking confident again. Well, he was, but until he missed that. Wow, another unexpected miss, straight pink.
That pocket's not been his friend tonight, that left middle, for a number of reasons. It was never there.
1.
Well, I have to say that was completely unexpected, and, well, let's see. Will history repeat itself here? O'Donnell does get the chance that he was hoping for, maybe not expecting.
Seven. Eight.
It's nicely played. Yeah, and if there is going to be any turnarounds, and obviously he'd have to win this frame anyway for it to be the case, but a turnaround would involve a pretty dramatic change of fortunes, I think. Gary Wilson feeling uncomfortable having not won the frame when he was going so well. Just a series of circumstances that would enable O'Donnell to come back and maybe win this match.
14. $15.
Well, there it is again, scarcely believable.
21.
O'Donnell still with work to do, but the frame looked over. It looked like 8-4 all day long.
It's hard to think he'll win the frame here. I mean, he could do, but there are a few reasons why it wouldn't happen in one visit. The red by the black, and of course the red on the left side, although of course as a left-hander that is reachable at least. Doesn't make the shot easy, but he can reach it. This is about the same sort of shot from the other side of the table that Wilson has just missed to the left middle pocket.
$28.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have much angle on that pink, so looking now for a telling safety. $15 points in it.
Interesting shot there to get the red on the cushion in play rather than the other one. I thought he was going to play off the right-hand red of the two. But he played the one down the cushion just to bring that out as well. So it's probably a good choice of shot. Wilson playing safe from this red, not going for it. Cue ball was racing around the angles there. Well, the colour's all out in open play now, so again, it's a question of whoever makes the first mistake might lose the frame.
Wow. Gary Wilson's 4.
Well, it's made no difference as far as a pot available.
No, what might be significant, he's knocking the yellow on the cushion with the fact he's trailing. We'll see.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, fair point. The yellow might be an issue because he's going to need it, and Wilson may not if he can get in before that. Played that one well. That's a nice safety shot. He's got to be a bit careful on this right-hand red. It's a little close to the cushion. If he plays the up and down safety shot, he could get a double kiss if he catches too much of it. Well, he went very thin on it, so that was okay. Got to watch out for the red now. He doesn't get the cover. This is a possibility for O'Donnell. I think he'd like to get, if he's, the red that he pots next would be the one he would hope just below the pink, but he wants to be on the black from that to get the black on his spot for the red down the cushion. Important he gets on the black here. Very important. If possible, of course.
5. Six.
He's either going to pop the red down the cushion or he's going to roll this in and play the snooker behind the black when it's respotted. Oh dear, that's a terrible miss. He's not doing anything there.
Martin O'Donnell, 6.
I mean, he could have played it to actually try and get on the red. It was a little bit negative, the whole process, and he ended up missing one that he had no right missing, to be honest. This is... I mean, he's just trying to roll it in and play the snooker. Wilson didn't try and do anything flash there. He got a bit of a let-off. I mean, everyone misses balls, but that one was Pretty inexcusable, really.
Well, Gary Wilson will need the yellow, but importantly also the green. So that's one thing that has slightly changed.
Well, he's gone with the shot to play the snooker, and he's played it well. I mean, there's a little bit of risk attached if you don't get the snooker. You leave a chance at the red. But he has played it well. Seems that Gary Wilson, when he's chanced his arm a few times tonight, he's not got much luck out of the situation. He's left a thin red, but it's not an easy one. So it's a big shot now, and of course Dave was saying that Gary Wilson wanted yellow and green earlier on in the frame, but of course the same applies to O'Donnell now. He's got to get onto the yellow and then onto the green. Still will be behind when he does so. It's not an easy shot. Well, especially from there.
Martin O'Donnell, 8.
Well, this is a huge moment now in the final on the colours. 8-4 or 7-5 heading to the interval. It's been a battle, hasn't it? We started 2 hours ago tonight. This now the key moment of the whole evening.
Yes, it was not a good shot. I think he must have played it up and down to the right cushion there. Well, the pick that Gary Wilson missed, at the moment it's not costing in the frame because it's not perfect here to get from green to brown, but if it does, it's going to be an uncomfortable few minutes if he loses this frame. He was absolutely in command. Mr. Pink to middle for no reason. But he hasn't lost the frame yet.
Arthur O'Donnell, 2.
There was a terrific chance.
Yes, it's no consolation that he's on the brown, missed the green. So the battle on the yellow that was vital now becomes the battle on the green. He walked around pretty quick there, didn't he, just to check he'd actually got the cover on the green, which you can see he very much has. So this is trouble for O'Donnell, got to get it safe. Otherwise it could be 8-4 and Wilson's one away from the trophy.
Very solidly played out of that snooker. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Wilson was tempted by this. If it's not straight, it would be better. He's got the angle to run it through, and he has. His head towards the brown. It's tough. And it's been a stodgy old frame, so it's not always easy to get your best cueing together on a shot like this, but I can't see that he'll refuse it. Well, he has. There you are. That shows you that he isn't confident, because he isn't normally a very attacking player. I guess it's like anything else. You know, if you don't fancy a shot, then you can't go for it. But I've seen him play shots like that basically all week, and he's knocked most of them in. He's walked around the table here, I'm not sure why, but he must be thinking about not playing it directly, because I can't see why would you not play what you can see, and he can see the edge of it. He's determined he's going to play it off cushions. I'm surprised by this.
Foul.
Oh, goodness
And a
me,
miss.
what has he done there? He could see the green anyway to play safe from it. That's a
Free ball.
gross miscalculation. What on earth was he doing?
Yeah, but I thought it was a risk, you know, could hit the black off 2 cushions, but he got the blue on the way through.
Yeah, and he could see it, as I say, the green initially.
Right.
Interesting was he's going back, but will he just try and hit the green now? Because there's no doubt that he could see, maybe not a quarter, but a chunk of the edge of the green, which I think would have just kissed onto the black for safety.
Yeah, it's an important replacement. Not so much the blue, the cue ball, obviously. Colin Humphries helping Leo Scullion.
The blue's nowhere near there.
Another 6
And
inches.
in fairness, as I say,
2 inches.
you know, Leo is not thinking about where that blue is.
Half an inch.
He's thinking about
Which way?
The same way you were going.
he's thinking about where the cue ball was in relation to the green.
Yeah, that's the important ball, because, as you say, you could see some of
Yeah,
it.
and then towards the
We'll
cushions
come to
very
that when they've
slightly.
sorted the blue out.
And blue is important as well, obviously, because he
Yeah,
hit it on the
well.
way through, but it's just not something that poor Leo was
Slightly,
thinking
it's not
about.
much.
Towards the cushion.
Yeah, it's side cushion. It's about right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But you know, the fact that he hit it on the way through playing this shot.
That way. That much. Same again. That way. Yeah, that's fine.
Now, what is he going to try this time?
Okay, give me that.
You know, I see down the line of this.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Colin.
Well, it'd be really nice to see down the line of this shot because he could see the edge of it. I still don't know why he's not playing it directly.
Foul. And a miss. Gary Wilson, 4.
I honestly don't know what he's doing on those last 2 shots.
Well, he seems to have left the pot on. I was just thinking, I mean, but for the knuckle, I think that would have been a free ball. But anyway, the green seems to be on. Wilson 12 in front. Green and brown he needs for 8-4.
Well, the guys in the studio might have an opinion, but I've no idea why he didn't directly hit the edge of that green, because he could do, and it looked a very safe option, and yet he decided something else needed to be done. To me, that was a huge mistake when he could have got closer in this final. Massive match for him.
Big moment for sure. He's battled hard tonight. It's not been fluent Gary Wilson, despite that century he made in frame 10, but he's won this little mini battle, it would seem. Blue stays out, so 1 snooker needed.
Gary Wilson, 7.
Otherwise, Wilson's won from becoming Welsh Open champion.
Thank you.
Yeah, the double kiss left the blue, and Gary Wilson has won a 42-minute 12th frame to go to the interval with his 4-frame advantage re-established. It's been hard-fought stuff tonight, but the fact is, Gary Wilson... So the players are back after the interval. Gary Wilson won a huge frame of nearly 43 minutes duration to get to 8-4, to get that breathing space, and to get within 1 of the Ray Reardon Trophy. Martin O'Donnell has got to win the last 5 if he is to complete a fairy tale week here in Llandudno as champion. The thing is, he's had the chances as well in all 4 of the frames there. just on Ray Reardon, I had the pleasure of actually going down to Churston Golf Club to interview him last year, and he's still very, very sharp, still a great character. So many stories about his decades in the game. And a very significant figure as well in the 1970s. Alex Siggins, of course, was a player who brought a lot of people to snooker, but Ray Reardon, in a way, was the establishment figure, but he was also someone who demanded change, and some of those venues in the 70s were not great. And it was down to Ray Reardon to an extent that we ended up at the Crucible, because as world champion he had certain authority, and the rest really is history.
Good safety shot. He's got a good blend, really, Gary Wilson. He can play good safety. He can mix it in that department, and we know he's been a very heavy scorer this week. He can do that too. So he's no obvious weaknesses. Maybe, you know, Gary Wilson's temperament has been something that's let him down in the past. I think he's admitted to that. He seems to have got that under control as well. In general, he's a bit emotional out there. I suppose it's all about Martin O'Donnell, though. He's got to prove his temperament after that last frame, which he might well have won. How is he going to win 5 frames in a row? It looks a very tall order, doesn't it?
It does, and these stats, they're not great. It's not been the highest quality finals, no point pretending otherwise. Certainly, from his perspective, they've all got to go up in the remainder of this match. If he could, you know, it's all ifs and buts, but if he could, you know, win a frame in one visit, it does just send the message to Wilson that he's got to get this one. It's not going to be handed to him. Playing a slow roll here into them. He's worried it's rolling off. That is the risk. So he's set up Wilson for his first chance here. Just trying to drop into the reds, but he's left one on.
It's not the kind of shot you want to be playing, is it? That really, I mean, it's the last resort to roll up to a ball. You're in the lap of, you know, the gods as to where the balls will finish if it just rolls off or anything.
Points.
Worked out very well, but he got serious backspin on that one. He kind of almost was willing the cue ball out of that little area. And I suppose it's one of those where you can't put too much screw on the ball on that, because you've got to keep screwing back through a lot of balls. So this could be where he gets this match won. It's interesting, isn't it? Because he's not played all that well today, Gary Wilson. Not as well as he can, but you know, if he goes on to win his 3rd ranking event and he's not played his best today, there's something ominous about that, isn't there? He's become a winner when a lot of players that are ranked higher than him it's a long time since they won anything, and he's moved his game up a couple of notches in the last 18 months, and now he's picking up trophies.
No, that's absolutely right. I think what's changed is his head doesn't drop now. You know, you tell himself his temperament in the past wasn't always the best, but he's become very tenacious, even when things aren't going well. And, of course, it's not just about the final, it's about the whole tournament. You have to win 7 matches to win a Home Nations, and from the last 16 to the semis, he whitewashed Robert Milkins and Anthony McGill. Of course, he played a wonderful match with John Higgins, held off the comeback.
14.
So he's played really good stuff this week. Just got to try and get it won now.
20. $21.
Obviously going to be difficult without the black available to him. He wouldn't even want to try and get on it with the red on the black spot. He'll have to try and win this with whatever is in the middle of the table. Just overscrewed a bit on that pink for the red that he wanted to the right corner. He might still end up playing it. The alternative is the one into the left pocket, but have to get the rest out. And find a way onto a colour as well, which won't be easy on this shot. Put a bit of right-hand side on that, just to miss the reds, and he's not perfectly on it.
I know he's missed an easier pink than this, hasn't he, already this evening?
Yeah, big deceleration on that one. He slowed the cue down, and we talk about decelerating. You meant to hit. The cue's meant to be going at the quickest at the time you hit it, but he's slowing down, and you overcut them. So Gary Wilson was quite disappointed for a while after that pink to middle he just missed. So I'm sitting there and he kept shaking his head as if to say, well, what's happening? But what's happening is he is 8-4 up, first to 9 to beat this man, so he shouldn't be too despondent. He's on the verge of another ranking title, his third. Just having a little bit of an in and out evening. He started 6-2 and he's held this session to 8-4, so he's just doing fine. And he's not really being put under loads of pressure by O'Donnell, who slowed up a little bit again. Took quite a while on that last safety shot he had a few issues with. Well, that's not dead on that plant, but with the cue ball up the table, it kind of becomes a more natural shot to make it into a plant. What I mean by that is if the cue ball was down to the left, you know, that's just not really a way of making it, straightening it up. A lot of these plants are out where the cue ball is in relation to the two balls you're trying to make into a plant, I think. A shot like that, it was a natural to go close to the pocket, and also the cue ball coming back round the table.
Yeah, so he's in for a second time in the frame. He needs to get this one. Just sort of feels like he will get enough chances. Whether he takes this one. Be interested to see what he says if he wins. He's quite sort of self-critical at times, Gary. Hopefully, though, he'll understand the achievement. If he does get over the line, 3 ranking titles, having spent
6.
18 years from turning pro before winning his first. And it will put him in a very strong position for the rest of the season.
$11.
Well, he's overcutting quite a few of these shots now. The last 3 balls he's missed, he's overcut considerably. I don't know if that was a deceleration as well, but all of a sudden he's just not lining them up the right way. And he's got his own little battle, despite being, as I say, on the brink of another win. But as I say again, he's not really being pressurised by O'Donnell now. Played brilliantly all week, Martin O'Donnell, but he hasn't really lived up to that today, and he knows it.
Chance number 3. This is the difference, isn't it? You know, if you fluff one chance and the opponent clears up, you bang under it, but that's not what's happened.
Yeah.
I felt that the yellow was the only ball that took him all the way around the angles. He couldn't do much with the green. Pink was the wrong side as well. Now, has he got the shot to pop this red on the black spot and hold for the black? Of course, it was be freed up by then. Yeah, this is... he's virtually over the line here. If this black goes in, he gets on a red. He's already accumulated points in a not particularly pleasing way to him, but he's still nearly there. I mean, if he is to win, it will be interesting to hear what he says when interviewed. He'd probably be quite critical of himself, because he was even, in some way, suggesting he was disappointed towards the end of the match with John Higgins after all that break building, and it was a fantastic game of snooker. He held John Higgins off. It's hard to think that he could have done
12.
A lot more to beat someone as good as John. He played brilliantly. Today's been a different story, though. I hope he will be encouraged, because he's starting to win ranking events.
He's played better of the two, and that ultimately is what you've got to do in any match. Martin O'Donnell, big occasion for him, his first ever final. That 12th frame was a killer.
20.
And Gary Wilson just checking the scores, needs this black, and he will add the Welsh Open to the 2 Scottish Opens he's already won. He just got that breathing space, didn't he, at 8-4, 7-5 maybe, could have been a different story.
27.
But the story is, it's a hat-trick of ranking titles for Gary Wilson.
28.
Wonderful week for Martin O'Donnell. Wasn't even on tour last year. I'm sure in time he'll take positives, even though he'll be disappointed with his performance here after that wonderful semi-final win over Elliot Slesser. Gary Wilson as well, the semi-final for him, the highlight with the maximum against John Higgins last night.
43.
The question was asked, wasn't it? Could Gary Wilson win a ranking event going back to late 2022? And since then, he's won 3. Gary Wilson is the winner of the Welsh Open in 2024. It wasn't the highest quality final, but he has prevailed by 9 frames to 4 against Martin O'Donnell, and he will collect the Ray Reardon Trophy. And also, of course, the cheque for £80,000 will be coming his way, and a rankings boost to 12 in the world. That's his highest ever position.
Bet Victor Welsh Open champion, the Tyneside Terror, Gary Wilson!
Well, Gary Wilson getting used to this, isn't he? To make room on the mantelpiece for another trophy. He's right, it's been a long journey, but he's now firmly ensconced in snooker's winner's circle. And there is another trophy for his collection. It's been a terrific week of snooker here in Llandudno. And there is the last man standing with the Ray Reardon Trophy. Congratulations to Gary Wilson.